Alright, the stream will be voiced over, even though Fent cannot talk, I will still talk and sound my decisions. The tournament is now starting since both Wooly and Eliser joined, so waiting for them at the start line. Alright, first round, Eliser will lead, and oh my god, what? Wooly, I have dementia, will chase. Fent is in, alright, as usual. This and this. The recording is ready, and let's see. Alright, both started. Neither are ignoring this respect zone. Okay, smooth entrance. Abuli is 2 cars behind. Minor bubble. Slow here. Oh. Okay. Wooly has gone off-roading. No inconsistencies here. Stable transition. And good transition into last zone. Alright, save the recording. Wooly, as far as I can see, has just gone off-roading. So, yeah, we'll see the POV of Fent if needed. Was more than 2 cars behind though, so that's probably less than 70 points score. Now Eliser is gonna chase and Bull is gonna lead. Alright, as usual, and this. Alright. Okay, somewhat of a good one wheel off the track, -5. Good transition, slow offline, minor offline. Another wheel off the track. Wooly is trying to chase, but that is an unstable lead. -2 points offline. Bobble, another bobble. And low angle in the last zone. Alright, so to begin with, the runs are not gonna be judged absolutely precisely unless the runs look really similar in terms of skill. In this case, Eliser has done a better job at chasing overall, so better proximity. Wooly in the first run received a DNF due to going off-road. So in this case, since Eliser didn't fail the first or the second run, she gets good points. And since Wooly did fail his first run, and on his second run he did some corrections which are gonna be like approximately 80 points if I'm not gonna review that in detail. That means that this is a win for Eliser. Congratulations. Alright, up next. Alrighty, and the bracket is this. In this case, Eliser gets a 1, even though I didn't Change precisely. And now we are moving on to the main brackets, and there are no empty positions. Yeah, I need to call back Eliser since I told her to leave. That's gonna be 2 runs in a row. Alrighty. And calling in Eliser's opponents, a role builder blocks if they show. Okay. Perfect. I really hope that my voice doesn't crack like every few minutes, because that would be really annoying. And which it did just right now. Yeah. Yeah, this is a hard matchup due to the fact that this is done directly via the Formula Drift guidelines. So it will be the fastest possible elimination, unless it's like the middle of the bracket where the qualifying scores and in turn the skills are approximately the same. Alright, this run, Roll will lead first. Ilu is the chaser. Open the no, nice. Alright, Fent is in. As usual, this blob of text. And start when this message disappears. The recording is there. Let's see. The same bug all over again. Alright, let's do it like this. In this case, just start when the leader starts, because there's a bug. So just don't stop rolling. Oh, okay, that is some points off since you hit the chicane. That's a timid approach. Low angle at the first. Ilu is consistently in the car, but staying a bit far. One wheel dropped. That is a way to... Okay, the elite just... um, what can I say? Yeah. I don't know if I should do OMT. I get that it is like an accident, but... Alright. Go to start again. The leader does. And another bug, yeah. That is incredibly... this run is gonna take like 20 minutes at least. I don't know. Yeah, I guess because he pressed F. That's his fault though. Alright. Go. Don't stop. Yeah, nice. Alright. Okay, that's a better approach. Offline a bit, slow down one wheel off track. Eliser could not slow down time since the leader slowed. One wheel off the track again. Eliser is on the door. Good, somewhat good lines. One offline. Two wheels off track this time, lacking a lot of angle offline. That is somewhat of a 70 score, a lot of dropping of the wheels. Eliser did her best to keep up with him, but due to a lot of angle corrections and drop tires, it was really hard to do so. That was still good proximity. This disappears. Now Eliser in the lead, him in the chase. Let's see. Right, he started off late, hit the chicane. Eliser is way ahead. Now this is spectacular. Way behind, like more than 5 cars behind. Catching up via cutting on the angle and cutting the corners. Eliser is one wheel offline there. Stable lines, even though a bit of bobbles. And one wheel off by the chaser. In this case, even though we did somewhat of an OMT for the first match due to the fact that the driver ejected mid-run, Eliser did an overall better chase and lead, even though it was really hard for me to judge the lead since the chase was far behind. The chase from Eliser is closer in this case. It was door to door, even though some proximity issues, but that can be argued that it is the leader's fault due to slowing down. And the lead runs one run OMT from roll, one run for approximately 70 points, and Eliser got a better rank than that. So in this case, Eliser, congratulations. Sorry for calling you twice in a row. That was really rigged. But in this case, Eliser wins once again. Alright. And 0-1 submit. Alright, Eliser moves on to round 3 and won't be called for a while now. Let's see, the next matchup we're gonna have is WAP versus Capibara. Alright, see. WAP. Let's see. Phone people in. Hopefully this time they join. Due to the fact that last time it was just insane. More than half of the participants didn't show up, in fact. And against whom? Against Capibara. Call them in. Now we are waiting. Right now, the rounds, as you could see, will be done with approximate scoring due to the fact that the runs have insane differences in skill. Due to the fact that the guidelines are the same as in FD, the best are matched up with the worst. Not to offend anyone, but massive skill difference. So that helps outsource the scores quick. When we get to top 4, for example, though, I will definitely do run dissections in real time because the skills will be somewhat close, I guess. Alright, waiting for WAP to join now. Hopefully he does. Because that would be really bad. I'm gonna see technical difficulties for WAP. Alright, let's delay the run until WAP doesn't have technical difficulties. Temporarily moving on to the next run. Capibara temporarily. Alright, we gotta move on to the next run temporarily just due to the fact that WAP is having issues and I do not wanna miss the run. Faith against Sniper Pony, calling them in next. Hmm. Bob is having technical issues, sadly. I really do not know how to help him. So gotta call in the next people. So that's gonna be Faith against Sniper. Faith, and here you go, against Sniper. Alright, now we are waiting for the participants to join. Alright, both participants are in. As usual, dropping the blob of info. Faith and Sniper go to start. Sniper, chase. Faith will be leading this run. Alright. Faith is in. Fent is gonna hop on in a bit. Gets to open the Noah. Alright, this is done. Fent is in. Alright. Start when this message disappears. Alright, Faith is starting off fast. Good entrance, even though there is 2 points offline. The chaser is trying to keep up, but is around 2 cars behind. Lacking angle as well. Good keeping on the lines. On the line there. The chaser is really far behind, overcorrecting a lot. And even though it was medium proximity, and also Faith got a slowdown right now, it was overall a bad chase due to the fact that the proximity was lacking, and also the chase got a lot of corners and messed up the angle. Alright. To prevent ping, you gotta ping correct, sadly. Alright, both participants are ready. Start when this message disappears. Forgot to save the recording. And perfect. Faith got a late start despite his good ping advantage. Far behind Faith is. Offline for the lead there. Good transitions. Faith is still cutting corners and is approximately two, now three, even more than 3 cars behind. Approximately the same as Sniper did. Still far behind, even though Sniper in this case, and Faith dropped a tire. In this case, Sniper had some offlines in other zones, while Faith did as well, but I saw that Sniper dropped a bit more. I think in this case, the leads and the chase were somewhat the same distance compared to one another. So in this case, I'm gonna use, even though it's still not the top 8 or top 4 run, I'm gonna use the comparison. 1 second, I'll bring it up onto the screen. Let's see. And these two ones. This one right here. And this one right there. Alright, I'm bringing up the comparison, even though the quality is somewhat messed up. I think it's still gonna be possible to make out the details of the run. Alright, this is the starting point of the first run, and this is the starting point. Wait, what did I even open up? Did I mess up once again? Let me see. Desktop. Alright, here it is. Sorry for the wait, just having some interesting issues right now. Right, this is done. First and second windows are in. Now we can compare in real time. Alright, this is the Faith's leading run, and this is Sniper Pony's leading run. Alright, let's see Faith's leading first. Faith starts off well. Offline minus 0.5, offline there minus 2 points, and 7.5 offline there minus 1 point. Good down the exits, somewhat of a good entry to zone 3. Good exits, fast transition. Offline there, like minus 1.5, and 1 offline in the last zone. I think Faith's lead score is approximately, if I don't write it down, it's approximate 90 to 93 points. I'd say like 92, 92.5-ish points. If we don't count the bubbles, which I won't do at the moment. Major mistakes are, of course, the offlines. Now, the Sniper's lead run. Sniper went major offline at the first part and stayed offline the entire curve, so he gets an automatic -1 or -1.5 for that, due to the fact that he did not correct himself over back to the track. Good exit, good transition, minor offline on the entrance and outside. Went a few times over the line there. Somewhat good here, I'd say 0.5. And good entrance to the last zone, even though he went offline for a while, so -0.5. Faith, though, he got a tire drop on his chase run. So the lead run for Sniper Pony, I think, was a tiny bit less than Faith, like approximately 1 point maybe difference. So let's see the chase runs now. Alright, let's see Sniper chasing. Tried to replicate the leader's lines, was 1 car behind but quickly got lost after the turn 1. Tried to keep up, lacking some angle, going inside the lines and trying to speed up to catch up to Faith. Faith slowed down a bit. The chaser dropped some tires, went all the way on the insides, and that was a bad decision. That was a bad chasing. Right, let's see Faith now. That's a lot to rewind. Alright. Starting off, Faith went pretty far back. Stable, I'd say 2.5 to 3 cars distance, but Faith went inside as well. Dropped the tire there. Trying to replicate his lines even though he is back, but he did not go all the way on the inside here. He did drop another tire though. Oh my god, I cannot speak though. I'd say that we have to ask fans. Sorry that the run is being judged for so long, just that I really don't know the decision. Fans, what do you think? That's what the second judge is for, after all. I also think that OMT would be good in this case, since it is really, really even. Also, yeah, Wab and Capibara were able to join, so that's gonna be the run after this. Let's say OMT, due to the fact that it was pretty even, so unless we do a full dissection, we will not get the proper winner. Right, Fant is in. Okay. And as usual, start when this message disappears. Let's see if they are able to make a difference this run. Alright, starting off closer this time. Faith. This time it is way closer for the chase. The leader, Faith dropped a tire though. The chaser is right on the door trying to replicate Faith's lines while Faith is trying to get away. And the chaser spun. Yeah, DNF. Refresh the stream. Oh, it's stuck. Oh, I am so dumb. I forgot. Oh my days. I forgot to switch the scene. That. Okay, that was really dumb. At least I got the replay saved. I will replay the replay later. Now switch the positions again. I'll replay. Now swap positions. I'll show the replay in a bit. Alright, starts when this disappears. My bad for forgetting to switch the scene because, yeah, that was really dumb indeed. Alright. Off to a good start. Faith is close yet again. 2 wheels off the line there. Faith is getting way behind. The lead is trying to stay on the lines, but is not doing the perfect job. Faith is way behind. 3 cars at least. Even though he's catching up, he will have a hard time fighting the other score. Plus a tire drop for Faith. And saved. Glad that the run lagged in the end. Fun fact, the first run that was lagged, I will show the replay right now, but it was DNF to Sniper Pony due to hitting the last clip in touch and go. I will show that run in 1 second. And this. Let me see. Alright, this was the original run. Don't mind the run on the right, even though there is no run on the right. So this was the run that I forgot to show. Faith went on the line, and in this case Sniper went way closer. Faith transitioned, missed the start, dropped the tire, and Sniper was on his door. Even though Faith is having some bobbles, Sniper is having no trouble keeping up to Faith, and Faith missed the zone majorly. Sniper straightened out, and in this turn, he spun. Sadly, even though the chase was really good, despite the mistakes from both the lead and the chase, since Sniper got a DNF due to literally hitting the clipping zone and spinning out, this is a win for Faith. So, yeah, Faith gets to move on. Yes, sadly, due to the fact that's DNF, yeah. We can do an OMT, but DNF starts? But wait though. Early start or what? I don't understand. Clip and starts. I don't think that hitting this start is gonna be a major issue, since it's somewhat of the same story for the finish line, and I do not want to repeat that. In this case, I think that Faith deserves to move on. If you have another opinion, shoot and tell me why should we do an OMT. In this case, Faith is the one getting the score, although Sniper did a really good job chasing his spawn, though. That was an issue. Alright, Sniper, you may leave. Moving back one bracket, not forgetting to switch the streams this time. Uh, we are moving back to the match against WAP against Capibara. Let's see. Like this. Capibara leads. Don't forget to open the null. Perfect. Everybody is ready. Wait, leave please. Alright. And the usual main info and the start message. I didn't forget to switch the stream this time, so let's see. Okay, good start from both. Keeping close. A major correction on the start. The chase is still going door to door though. The leader dropped a tire and went slow there, so the chaser isn't at fault for clipping the car. Major correction and offline. The chaser is trying to correct, but it was too much. Some clipping there, and in results, one or two tires drop at the end. The chaser went very close to the lead. And in this case, I think that the chaser did a better job than the lead did. Alright, by the way, who is who? Like, which car is which? Because both are S14s and I have no idea who is where. Wab is green. Alright, so Wab did a good job chasing. And on the right is Capibara. Understood. And start when this message disappears. Slower start from Capibara, still catching up. Early initiation, losing a lot of speed. 3 to 4, 3, maybe even more than 5 cars behind right now. Trying to catch up, but failing to do so. Very far chase. Wab is doing a good run leading. Not seeing any major corrections. Of course, there are bubbles, maybe like here, a bit of offline, but in this case, the winner is understandably Wab, just due to the fact that he had done a better job chasing, and he was able to maintain a good lead while not being far back on the chase run. In this case, Wab gets to move on. Congratulations. Alright, WAP is now into round 3, and there will be 2 people, Ilu against WAP there. Let's see the next pair then. You may now leave. Taco, I will send the link later. I regenerated it. Alright, let's see our next participants, which are gonna be Taco and Lucas. We will see if Taco is able to join. By the way, Capibara, let's see. Taco and let me see the invite link. Perfect. And who is his competition? Lucas 008. Alright, let's see Lucas. And now they are joining, so let's wait for them to join. At the moment, while people are joining, we've got full one, two, three, 4 matches done. One match was skipped due to the fact that Cakes warned me that he will not be able to join the competition, so Spetss got an automatic win. Not gonna do a goodbye run just due to the fact that it is gonna take a lot of time. So we moved on to the main bracket. Now we're waiting for Taco and whom I keep forgetting nicknames, Lucas, to join. Taco is in. Hello. Taco will be the chase. First run, and then they will swap. And Lucas is in. Alright. Let's see. Drop in the main info block yet again. And waiting for Lucas to go to starts. I will save it up as a template. I did it twice. Alright. Now it's gonna be don't forget to open the node, don't forget to open the node, I guess. Alright. I dropped the info blob as usual and eSwap ready. Fantasy offline though. Fans, wake up. Alright, I see that Sniper Pony is protesting his run. Due to the fact that, yeah, by the FD guidelines that I directly dropped, the chicane, if it's hits, requires a restart. So I guess we will do a redo for that run. But right now, we are doing this run. And let's see. Starting off, good, close proximity, good initiation, one wheel drop though, and somewhat offline. The chaser is far back, but catching up very quick due to the fact that the leader slowed down. The chaser is trying to replicate the lead's line. Leader is going somewhat offline there, for example, there they missed 2 points. One wheel off the line and missed the last clipping point partially. Somewhat of a good chase, but still far off. Alright, let's see the second run. Good starts wide on it. The chaser is trying to keep up, and Wab is having very wide lines, even though he's really fast. Chaser is trying their best to keep up, but they are 2 to 3 cars behind. Catching up here on the clipping point, but not getting lost. Oh, they did get lost on the last turn. And that's a straighten for the chaser. So, in comparison, first run, Taco did a mediocre job chasing. Of course, I understand that it is just reservation for space to not get ahead of the leader. Because remember, even if you're being correct and if you get ahead of the leading driver, you get a DNF. In this case, WAP, oh my god, not WAP, Taco has committed less mistakes. What can I say? Taco did less mistakes in the lead run because the lead run was nice, wide, and speedy. On the chase run, it was Taco played safe, to be honest, one car behind. About Lucas though, his chase and run, he straightened entirely at the end there, and he lost a lot of his angles, so he did a correction way too much, and in result he straightened. In this case, just due to that correction, due to that straightening, that could take a lot of points of Lucas's run, I think Taco wins, both in terms of the lead run and the safe, but at least not as mistaken run as a chaser. So congratulations, Taco moves on. Let me do this. And Taco gets a 1-0. Alright, now fun fact, we are doing another OMT for a run that has already had OMT. The run will do only one of the two rounds OMT though. And that is gonna be the run between Faithless and Sniper Pony. We are gonna do a rerun due to the fact that Faithless hits the starting chicane, and in the FD guidelines there is an automatic restart of the run. In this case, we will have a DNF due to the fact that Sniper Pony decided to protest the run. Let's see if they will join. Lucas and Taco, you may leave. If they don't join, we will move on to the next position in the bracket and wait until both of them show up. Right now, Sniper showed up. If Faithless doesn't show up for a while, we will move on onto the next brackets until Faith does. Good on you for protesting that run. Since you've got proof, I can accept the protest. Alright, one run will be required. Faith will lead. Alright. Let's see. I won't do the briefing though, and I will do this. Let's see. Alright, a bit safe on sniper's side this time. Faith went way offline and did a massive bobble, probably resulting in the chaser sliding off the track. Exiting wide from the turn there, missing the line by a lot. Chaser is trying to keep up and Faith straightened and slowed down to the point that he stopped. That was not a clean run. There was a straightened mid run. And to be fair, it was straightened with a almost a full-blown stop. Hmm. All right. So that was round one. Yeah, an OMT would be fair. Hmm. In this case, what happened last time? Last time, Faith did DNF due to the fact that he hit the chicane, although he did a good run after. Um, Sniper. Sniper hit the last turning. Oh my god! Last touch and go, and in that case, he also got a DNF. In this run, Faith almost entirely straightened during the run. That would land him, to be honest, a DNF. That's a chicane. Yeah. Hmm. I am thinking to clean this whole mess and call. To be honest, this run was probably DNF or Faithless due to losing too much points. Alright. Let's see, just everyone in. Start. Um, one DNF. Alright, start when this message disappears. So if Sniper manages to be at least a good lead in this run since Faith already got a DNF, then Sniper would be able to move on. Losing points there, going way off the line and slowing down a lot, going offline there and there, low angle, massive bobble and one wheel of track. Chaser is trying to keep up, this time closer. Going on the inside, missed the line and slow down a lot here. I don't see anything that could cause the leader's run, in this case Sniper's run, to be a DNF. Yes, he did do a lot of mistakes, so he definitely got a below 70, oh my god, below 80 score. But in this case, due to the fact that Faithless got a DNF, Sniper gets an auto. All right. There was a lot of DNFs, and Sniper really proved that he or she can prove their appeal. You may now leave. Alright, now the bracket has 2 of the 4 runs of the top 8. Now we are moving on to Kofi and Spetss Ghost. Spetss Ghost didn't have a run due to the fact that KX automatically got a DNF since they have family stuff to do. So now Kofi and Spetss Ghost are having their first run of the day. Let's invite them in. And this. And this. Alright. The participants have been invited. Let's see. For some weird reason, I have the same bug that happened to many people, that I cannot use my scroll wheel to zoom the camera. I can only use I or O. I have no idea. Alright, Spetss is in. Spetss, the chase. And let's wait for Coffee to join, if they do. Right, oh. And I am sleeping as usual. Let me drop the usual blob of text. And this. Let's see. In this case, Coffee is the lead and Spetss is chasing. Let's see. Oh my days. I do not know if I should call an OMT for that. It was an initiation, of course, but the chaser is far back, trying to catch up. The lead is doing a somewhat good job, staying stable, even though getting some bubbles. And the chase it at stable, 2 cars behind. Let's ask fans. Have a ping spike. I do not know if this should be done as an ONT, just because I had a ping spike. Let's see, I saved the recording, so I'll try to figure out by the tire tracks where the lead and the chase went. As usual, start when this message disappears. The server ping right now for me is 70, but of course I'm the host, so I'm probably the person with the lowest spin here. Alright. Now, Coffee is in the chase. Close run, but way too close for comforts. In the car, the first one. Way behind. Lost a lot of angle. Coffee dropped the tires. The leader is trying to maintain the... Oh. Coffee is out. She hit the... I forgot, I have dementia. Touch and go heads on and got an automatic DNF. Since, even despite the lag, I saw that Spetss did not commit any major mistakes, so he didn't get a DNF. This is an auto win for Spetss. Just due to the fact that sadly Coffee hit the checkpoint straight on. Checkpoints make a touch and go. And in results, Spetss, even if he didn't have the best runs, he automatically won. You may now leave. If you have any thing to prove that the runs, in fact, should get a DNF, then yeah. Alright. Again, the bracket position. In this case, Spetss is the winner by automatically. Just due to the fact that Coffee, sadly, lost the run due to hitting the touch and go head on. Next on, Muji versus Zillusional. Let's see. Alright. Zillusional. Zell warned me that they might have work. So let's see. If Zell doesn't join for 3 minutes, we will move on to the next bracket temporarily since they have got work. And we will check the rounds of Muji versus Zillusional a tiny bit later. Let's wait until like 10:05 p.m. sharp. And I think that Zillusional will not show up right now due to their work. Alright, I will call the next one in advance. Just due to the fact that Zillusional will probably not show up. And the Muji left, thank you. Right, moving on to the next. Squeaky Jacket Pants, or Jackets, versus Leo. Let's see. Alright, and let's find Leo. And this. Perfect. Now we are waiting for them to join. Currently the run of Muji versus Zillusional is delayed due to Zell warning me about their work. So I will let it slide. Let's see now. Wooly. Sniper won due to the fact that she or he, I really don't remember, requested review, and in the following OMT they won because Faith got a DNF due to the lack of points, as far as I remember. Alright, both participants are in. Leo will lead. Let's see. Jacket is gonna have some issues with chasing just due to the fact that she's gonna have like 350 ping. Just because she's from Asia. I don't know about Leo though. We will see. As usual, drop in the blob of text. And start when this message disappears. Alright. Everything is ready to record. Alright. Jacket starting off a bit back. Good initiation from Leo, starting off fast even though going offline. Jacket trying to catch up on the inside lines, but getting far behind. Catching up though, and staying relatively close. That's half a car behind. And there was a huge slowdown. Jacket overtaking the lead. That was the lead's fault. Huge slowdown due to the oversteer. Plus, Jacket has to compensate a lot, like a few cars ahead, to even be able to chase. So the run will get an OMT a bit later, or huge deduction for Leo. We'll see. Probably OMT though. We will hear from fans. Now the second run. Start when this message disappears. Alright. Fast initiation for Jackets. Leo is not getting far though. Leo is sacrificing angle much, a lot of bubbles for Leo there. Jacket is trying to get away, missed the checkpoint by 0.5. Leo has sacrificed a lot of angle and is now trying to catch up. Jacket got a full-on straighten. Straighten on Jacket's run. In this case, the first run, Leo, went too slow and it would result in real life in a collision that would cause, that would be Leo's fault. In the second run, Jackets at the end just went completely straight, straight like twice as far as I could see. So both people did something there. Fence, do you think this is OMT? Yeah, I also think that this is OMT because both sides are at fault there. Jackets messed up by straightening a lot there, like straightening twice. Leo messed up by slowing down too much and in result causing a collision. Of course, it's Prodigy Drift, so Jacket just went ahead and we start again. So an OMT. Let's see. Alright, one wheel off. Jacket is farther this run. trying to keep it safe, but now it is way too far. At the start it was 2-3 cars behind, now it's somewhat like 1.5. Leo dropping 2 wheels off the track, slowing down a lot on this turn. Jacket's keeping up due to Leo slow it down. And finish. Alright, I see that Jacket tried to do her best, but at the start she was far behind until Leo slowed down loads. Now switching positions. No DNFs though. No straightens, no nothing. Start when this message disappears. Let's see. They're taking shortcuts, but it is the respect zone. Leo is closer this run, trying to catch up, even though Jack is fast. Jack dropping 1 tire. Leo is closer overall though, even though Leo is massively lacking angle. Jacket was farther, but she wasn't lacking angle as much. Leo is lacking angle too much, I would even say. In this case, I think that Leo had, even if it was close, yeah, it was close, but due to the fact that Leo was cutting angle really, really much during his chases, I think that Jacket has an upper arm here. What do you think about Fence? Let's hear Fence's opinion. I think that Jacket, even though she was farther back, she at least didn't lose angle while chasing. Leo's issue is the fact that, yes, somewhat of a good proximity, but the angle is the issue there. Hmm. Hmm. I really, to be honest, don't know. On one hand, it's you did, Liam. Let's re-review the recordings then. I will showcase the angle loss. Right. The left is this. And the right is this. I will turn on the OBS. Now people can probably see the run comparisons. And let's see the first run. Let's rewatch the run. In this case, Jacket is the chase. Right. So way farther off at the start, Leo dropped a tire. Jacket is 2.5-ish cars behind. Leo is on the lines, not messing up much. Jacket went on the inside, but doesn't lose a lot of angle. Leo did drop 2 tires there, if you can replay. Right here, my bad, 1 tire. He dropped a full-on tire, can be seen by the marks. Jacket is still trying to keep on angle with a good line, correcting Leo's mistakes and keeping on really great there. Although that was a really aggressive spin there. That would be definitely a spin out if there weren't a finish line there. And the transition. This was 1 wheel off for Leo as well at this turn. The right run though, where Jacket was the lead. Let's see. Leo was overall closer, Here Leo didn't lose much angle. But here, for example, the angle loss can be really noticed. I think the best example to give is this. The bubbles right here with a combines of angle loss helped Leo gain a boost to catch up. By the way, this would have been another bias claim if there were to be a poll. And since there isn't a poll and the run has finished, there are no points deducted for the chaser. In this case, I think that Leo did less in terms of chasing, but more in terms of angle. And Leo tried his best to. Oh my god. Let me find the words. Jack gets. Dimension kicking in. And Leo had a better chase run in terms of proximity, but worse in terms of angle, losing a lot of angle, dropping some tires. In this case, although I think that if there will be a rerun claim, I think that's just due to the fact that Jacket was able to stay on the tail of Leo the entire last part of the run and did not lose the angle despite being far back, trying to replicate good lines, fixing Leo's mistakes. I think that in this match, Jackets is the winner. If you, Leo, have any issues or you have any arguments against the win of Jacket, do the same as Sniper Pony did and DM me the reason why you think that this should be an OMT. But for now, Jackets is the winner. If you have any other questions, ask them in chats, DM me, or just provide proof why do you think that Leo deserves an OMT or another chance. Alright. Now let's see. The next run is gonna be Airwolf versus Tinxy. Let's see if Tinxy is available since he was he told me that he got some issues. Tinxy. Nice. Tinxy is available. And Airwolf is up against him. Let's see. Oh, wrong message. Perfect. Right, now waiting for both the members. Let's see. Jack and Leo. Alright. Change the scene while they are joining. Okay, Ilu thinks he cannot join. What happens? Oh, never mind, that is a little. Alright. It is Tinxy against Airwolf, and Airwolf is still in the process of joining. Link isn't working. Very interesting. One second. I will wait until Airwolf joins because she has got some interesting issues. And now it's average Roblox moment, as usual. Alright. Mm-hmm. And this is gonna be second to last match of the top 16. Just due to the fact that we are almost done here. And Tinxy is the first translator. And as usual, first of all, don't forget to open the NOA. Second, the brick of text. And getting ready with the templates. Alright, this is Tinxy. Airwolf is doing an epic intro. Alright, everything is ready, the info is dropped. Start when this message disappears. Uh, okay. I didn't really see what happened though. I see that Airwolf is not starting. Oh, probably she jumped out of the car. Understood. Dropping a tire there. Uh, hmm. In this case, although it was a solo start, another accidental press of a button, in this case, space. I think that an OMT would be best there, because, yeah, it was just accidental. Let's see. Alright, starting side by side. Seeming approach offline a lot. Airwolf is trying to correct these lines, but we will see. Tinxy is having a lot of bobbles slowing down. Angle corrections, and Airwolf is trying her best to keep up with him. Tinxy has got an unstable pace, to say the least. Good job on the last turn. Airwolf is staying door to door there. No clipping. Airwolf got a good chase. Tinxy got a mediocre run, to say the least, just due to the fact that there were a lot of bobbles, angle corrections, and a lot of lines. Now let's swap positions. Now I will resave just in case. Now let's see. Airwolf is the lead, Tinxy is the chase. If Airwolf manages to get a good, stable lead in this run, she will win, unless Tinxy does an incredible job chasing. Tinxy is catching up to Airwolf, staying door to door. Airwolf is getting good run though, although missing some of them. Tinxy doing a run that Airwolf doesn't do. A mistake, I mean. A transition, minor clipping, but I won't count it since it's ping issues. Staying door to door. Thanks to Airwolf's run, which was really stable, Tinxy was able to put up for a very good chase and run. Airwolf didn't do any major mistakes. Tinxy did some tire dropping, at least I saw one example of tire dropping that Airwolf did not do. So that was Tinxy's mistake. Airwolf got a very stable lead run, which allowed Tinxy to go dead close, door to door close. But in the Tinxy's leading run, he was really unstable and forced Airwolf to correct a lot and like smoothen out his drift. In this case, although Tinxy put up a really good fight in the second run, I think that the win goes to Airwolf just due to her stability both in the first and second run. Really insane run for Tinxy, but Airwolf managed to take the lead. So, yep. Tinxy, if you have any questions or any appeals that you found, DM me or text in the stream chat, and if your appeal is has at least some logic, so it is good, then we will see what we can do. For now, you may now leave. In this case, Airwolf is the winner, unless Tinxy will appeal his score. So Airwolf gets to move on to the top 8. Tinxy, no, Tinxy's first run was not good because he had very unstable pace. He had a lot of bobbles, a lot of corrections, and it was really difficult for Airwolf to chase him. Also, Tinxy has had some mistakes which Airwolf had to correct in her chase, because for instance, he dropped some wheels. Alright. Let's see. Next up, we are moving back one position. And again, Muji versus Zillusional. This time, it's either Zillusional is able to show up, or they will sadly be DNF. Last chance. And Muji, of course, this. Alright. Muji is in, and let's see if Zillusional is able to join. Won't be home for another 10 to 15. Pence, do you think we should give this a chance? He won't be home another 10 to 15. No, not Muji, but the other guy. Zillusional was at work and... Alright. And... I'll leave. Muji has been invited into the server the second time. And she has to leave again because we decided to give the guy a chance. Sadly, because the guy has work. Alright, we gave the guy another chance, and that means, since we are done with the top 16 except the run uh, between Muji and Zillusional, now we are getting to top 8. First run of the top 8 is gonna be opened by Eliser. Oh my god, Eliser versus WAP. Let's invite them in. Eliser is getting the third run of the day because she was in an additional match. And let's see. WAP. And WAP is getting his link. Now we are waiting for them to join. And yeah. Eliser versus WAP. Let's see. Alright, both are in. This will probably require a Alright, kidding. Alright, I think this will definitely require a detailed breakdown of every score, unless one of the participants messes up a lot, like gets a DNF or a lot of mistakes. But in this case, I think it's gonna be either a lot of OMTs or a detailed score breakdown that will differentiate by a few points. For now, Eliser will win. Will win. No, it will lead. And as usual, don't forget to open the NOAA, the brick of text, and waiting for everyone to go to the starting line. Alright, everything is in, everything is on the live stream. I think I did not mess up the scenes. Everything is ready. Alright, both participants are in, the in replay is ready. Now let's see the run. Eliser versus WAP. Alright. That was a hit of a chicane. Okay, let's see the run at least. WAP going close. Eliser slowed down on the start. WAP still being on their door. An overtake due to the leader drivers slowing, actually both at fault due to one driver being too far ahead and the other too slow. Eliser trying to do their best and WAP being on the door. One major issue, Eliser hit the chicane. I think this guidelines, as far as I know, the guidelines say that hitting the chicane is an automatic OMT or DNF. I think that requires a rerun just due to the fact that hitting the chicane is either an OMT or a DNF. Since last time it was an OMT, so we will do an OMT of this one. Same positions. And I cannot type again. Alright. WAP is the chaser yet again. Don't hit the chicane. Okay, Wob is in position. And start when this message disappears. No hitting the chicanes this time, so it is an actual run now. Minor ping. A bit offline here. Wob is doing his best to keep up, although he is in the car. That is definitely a deduction since I didn't see Eliser slow down much. Now he's door to door. He skipped one wheel. Eliser is on the track, and Wob is still maintaining his chase, although he was a bit farther on the ends. Alright, let's see the second run. We will compare the runs later on. Alright, the chase is in. Swap in places yet again. And as usual, start when this message disappears. Eliser starting off strong with an immediate chase door to door, almost touching the door with the wheel. An inside line there, though, because as far as I could see, Wob slowed down quite a lot. That was a clip. I think that Wob slowed down there. We will see on the replay offline there. And Eliser is trying to keep up, although in not the best way by taking the inner lines. Now we will review the lines runs replay in more detail. Perfect. And now let's see. Run 1 uploaded there. And run 2 uploaded there. Perfect. Now we are turning on the comparison of both runs and let's see. First, we are gonna compare Eliser. Let's see about Eliser's leads. No hitting the checkpoints. Minor ping. Good initiation. Minor bubble. Good transition to the next zone. I don't see any slowing down. Minor offline there. Good transition into the touch and go. Minor bubbles. And pretty good. Alright, let's see the lead run from Wob now. Right. Also a good initiation from Wob. Actually, I do not see a major bubble there. This is a mistake though. This this is gonna be a 0.5 points deduction. One wheel of track. This is major. Eliser did not do a wheel of track. That is 1 point off due to the fact that Wob went off and still continued with the wrong line for a bit there, so that's -1 point. Another wheel of the track. Yep, that is definitely a wheel of the track. It's entirely off. So that's -10 points. Good on the inner trajectory. I didn't see any wheel drops there. Offline there. I think that is -2 points because he was offline the entirety of the run. Transition into the next checkpoints, chased by Eliser. As far as I could see, Eliser didn't drop any tires. I will replay it just to make sure, but I did not see any tire drops for Eliser. That could lend her a huge advantage, because extra 10 points are not a minor difference. I don't see by the tracks. Also, the chase, if you notice there, WAP minorly dropped the tire. We'll review that a bit later. No tire drops there. Minor bubble there. And a good transition. Right now, Eliser has an insane advantage on the run due to the fact that Eliser did not drop any tires while WAP did drop 2 tires, putting them at an approximately 10-point difference. Of course, not counting the offline parts. And right now, Eliser is at least 5 points in the lead. Let's see how they did in chasing. Looking at the same runs, but now looking at the chase. First, WAP's chase. Good initiation. WAP is on the door almost immediately, even though he went a tiny bit on the inside to stay on with Eliser, to not stay back. That is a mediocre chase, just due to the fact that even in the FD guidelines, chasing like this is of course gonna be easier, but gonna lend you less points. A bit of a small angle. The clipping I don't mind due to ping. Transition there. That was a lot of clipping there. I didn't see any major slowing downs, so I think this is mostly WAP's fault. Good transition. I don't know. Let's see the overall momentum though. Maybe it was really Eliser slowing down. It was a really slow one from Eliser actually, but it was stable slow. Either way, transition to the next corner. WAP trying to catch up, dropped the tire there, which Eliser didn't do. A bit farther there, 2 cars, and back to almost door to door, like 0.5 cars behind. WAP did a good chase with some points of issues. For example, the inside line. Let's see Eliser's run now. Eliser's chase. Eliser started off. That is also a tiny bit in, but I think that this still falls into the good category because it is side to side, copying the angle at the same time. Minor clipping I don't mind. This is purely Roblox issues. This actually wasn't bad. If WAP were to stay on the line there, Eliser would be perfectly on. But due to the fact that Eliser is literally like pushing WAP off the track, WAP cannot do anything about it. So in this case, it is not a mediocre chase. This is a good chase. This is door to door as far as the car can allow. The transition should have gotten WAP a bit more space to do. That was way too close, to be honest. Let's see if there was WAP slowing. I didn't see any major slowdowns from WAP, so that was Eliser's fault. Eliser is keeping up, going on the inside here, but staying very, very close. In this case, Eliser got an advantage in the first run by not dropping the tires, got an advantage in the second run by not liking angle, but not going inside and being as parallel as possible while fixing the leader's mistakes. So even though you may appeal, of course you may appeal, but I think in this run, Eliser is the winner. Congratulations. You may now leave. Eliser is the winner. If you have any other things to tell, like mistakes that Eliser or WAP did, tell me, DM me. I will review your requests. But for now, we actually get back to the previous run. Since Zelu is finally home, we are inviting Zillusional and Muji for the third time today. Let's see. Now it is their turn. There was actually a bit of a post info on the runs. There was an insane run with a really minor difference. The main issue being the drop tires, of course, and the chase. Both drivers here are just insane, to be honest. Alright, now it is Muji yet again, and this time Zillusional is gonna join, probably, hopefully. They said that they are home, so we are giving them another chance. Who knows, maybe Zillusional is an undercover top 1 Prodigy player and they will be able to beat Muji or something. We will see. We will see. Poor Eliser is getting roasted in chat. I see. Indeed an enemy. Alright. Waiting. Yeah, Zillusional is joining. His roblox is updating, so we can just wait. Muji will be the chase. Alright. Back to fence. Oh my days. He will join soon. He warned me about his Roblox updating. Well, let's see. Fent is a car lover in the wrong sense. While Zillusional is joining, let's see the following bracket rounds. We will see whether Muji or Zillusional will win. The next run in the top 8 will be Sniper Pony against Taco. After that, Spetss against Muji or Zell. And after that, Jacket versus Airwolf. Eliser has already moved on to top 4, so they will have a bit of time to rest and just chill out before their top 4 runs. And meanwhile, I was talking. He joins. You are Zillusional, right? Wait, is that... Alright. I was just a bit confused because Void. Yeah, Void and Void, indeed. Alright, everything is ready, everyone is ready. As usual, the paragraph of text and the message. Let's see the runs. In this case, Muji versus Void. Void is delete. And let's see. Starting off strong, Muji following right up. The OMT probably. Yeah, that's an OMT, but we will see because he did hit the chicane. Major bobble, Muji trying to keep up. The lead is not the most stable though, minus 10 points lead. Muji losing a lot of angle due to sudden slowing down. The lead going completely off the line, straightening. And finishing the run. This run was not the best, but the chicane was hit. This is an OMT then. OMT not because the lead driver did bad, but because the chicane was hit. Let's see, fans, do you agree? Chicane was hit. Alright, fans agreed on OMT, so get back to previous pose. Alright. Please don't hit the chicane now. And as usual, start when this message disappears. We could already get a glimpse, although, of what happens. But to be honest, I do not blame the guy. He just got off work, and this is his first runs without any warm-up. So let's see. Bobble, major bobble with a gain of angle, another minus 5 points. That's Muji is trying her best, or his best. Oh, that is a DNF. The lead driver oversteered and slowed down so much that he spun. Alright, that is a DNF for Void. And now the second run. If Muji gets a non-DNF run right now, this will be an automatic win for Muji. Start when this message disappears. Also forgot to swap cards, but well, right. So Muji is doing good lead. Void is trying his or her best to keep up, but is cutting a lot of corners. Although Muji doesn't have the best run because she or he is a bit offline. Still, Void doesn't have the best chase. And due to the fact that Muji did not get a DNF, and Void had a DNF last round, it is out to Muji win. GG. Now leave. That is a win for Muji. And this bracket is finally filled, and Muji gets a 1 score. Now the top 8 bracket is fully formed and ready to see the next competitors. Sniper Pony against Taco. Let's see. One scene. Sniper Pony. And Taco. Perfect. Alright, people are joining, at least in the process of joining. So, let's see. By the way, in case you have stream delays, just press F5 if you are on PC to reload the stream. I have, for some reason, also some stream delays, but refreshing the page fixes it all. Now, Sniper will lead. Alright. Don't forget to open the Noah. Nice. Again, dropping in the blob of text. And the usual. Start when this message disappears. Alright, Taco versus Sniper. Sniper got his or her win last time because he or she proved that she indeed deserved a chance. And now Taco with a good initiation, offline a bit and cutting corners for the chaser. One wheel offline for the lead. Chaser is trying to optimize the lines, but is still cutting corners. 1 point over there. Good transition to the zone. 0.5 off. Chaser dropped one wheel. Taco. And that is the end. Both drivers did fairly well, but with their own set of mistakes. While Taco did mistakes in terms of the chasing due to cutting corners and dropping a few tires. The leading driver also did some mistakes in terms of lines and, as far as you could see, also dropping a singular tire. Alright, start when this disappears. Taco off with a fast start. And initiation with a 0.1 point of missed line. A huge shortcut for the chaser. Massive shortcuts on the inside, plus dropping two tires, and the chaser spun. That is the DNF for Sniper. And if I forgot the name, Taco finishes the run, auto win for Taco. Since the chaser got an enough. And real DNF. Should we give the guy a chance? But I don't think that's leg spike. I don't think this is good enough for OMT though, because this was a real spinning out. And Sako is having trouble stocking because, yes, Roblox moments. I don't think that the guy would be able to get another chance, just due to the fact that this is just a direct spin out, even if it was lag. Sniper, if you got an appeal to do, so if you have an appeal and prove that your run really can be re-ranked, so you could go for an OMT, DM me or text in stream chat. Elsewise, due to an automatic win, the free taco gets to move on. Congratulations. Um, no, Muji is not. You would like to. Alright, alright, alright. We will change. Let's see. So the proof of sniper is that um there was a lag. I heard from Jack that yes, there have been some issues with the private servers in particular. That's there have been some very interesting. All right, OMT then. OMT it is. Spence, do you agree? All right, Spence does agree. So OMT it is. We will re-review. This is the second rerun, like the second defending from sniper. So let's see, if Taco is able to stand his ground, or if sniper is gonna be able to win this time. Oh yeah, also a bug. Yeah. All right, let's see. Start when this message disappears. All right, good start from both the players. Going wide on the entrance, catching up very fast, staying on the edge of the line, and I got a mess. Oh my god. That was an insane lag. Yeah, that is definitely an OMT. Got a massive ping spike. That was just insane. That ping spike missed like half of the run. Roblox issues. Alright, and again, start when this message disappears. Good start from both. Let's see, Taco go wide all over again. Catching up, the chaser is close, not going out of the track. Taco is getting good lead, although a bit of line minus 0.5 for that. The chaser is doing their best, but getting one wheel off, making it their own mistake. Going all the way out, making it not the best lead. And chasing at a respectable 1 car worth distance. The lead was good. I didn't see any major tire drops. The chaser dropped a tire though, and the chaser had some issues with proximity in terms of where the car was located. Alright, start when this message disappears. Starting off strong. Going thin here for the lead. Taco is trying to maintain the best lines, but is getting far behind then. Twice, minus 15 points for the lead. Another drop tire, minus 20 points. Another drop tire, plus slowing down. Some bobbles. And I think that although Taco didn't do as well the first run, the lead run was the main mistake. A lot of drop tires, bobbles, and slowness issues resulted in Taco winning. Not an automatic win this time. It was a true win that was proven by Taco. So GG's, you may now leave. Taco indeed wins, so the bracket does not change. Taco's position remains the same. In the top 4, Eliser will be up against the free Taco. Will he be able to get revenge for WAP? We will see. For now, Spetss versus oh my god, versus Muji. We will invite both participants into the game. Let's see. Spetss Ghost and Muji yet again. I think that she will join herself, to be honest. She is quick with it. Yeah, and here she is, yeah. Just as I predicted. Oh, also, Topper TLY joins. Um, yes, the old school Topper, who was a YouTuber and still is, I guess. And Spetss Ghost is here. Muji will be lead this run. Alright, Spetss Ghost against Muji. Another matchup in the top 8. Third of the fourth matchup for this. As usual, don't forget to unlock your cars, to open the door, to read this blob of text, and wait for Fen because she's dead. And here she is, she woke up. Start when this message disappears. Let's see. Muji versus Spetss. Spetss is behind, but quickly catching up. Not like an angle as far as I can see. Muji is doing a pretty good job leading, although missing a few lines. Very major offline there, like minus 4 points due to the very late entrance. Spetss is keeping at a respectable 1 to 2 cars distance. I didn't see any drop tires. And that is the end of the run. Good chase, good leads, but I didn't see anything incredible. Alright, let's see. Run 2. Start when this message disappears. Oh, wait, yeah, swap cars. Alright. Early initiation for Muji. Very inside lines, aggressively on the inside lines. But that lets her keep up with him way better. Although that was a huge mistake at the start for Muji, she threw herself at him, at his door, and in result was able to maintain a way closer chase. I did not see any major mistakes for the um, leader, but my verdict is that a closer, more aggressive chase, even if Muji threw herself at the door, is a better chase than a safe 1.5 to cars distance. Both drivers didn't do any major mistakes, except Muji getting like -4 points for getting offline there. And I think in this case, Muji is the winner due to the fact that she maintained a way closer chase, although she sacrificed a lot of the line at the start. Overall, she beats the score with her proximity over the safe 1.5 2 cars behind. So in this run, I give the win to Muji. Spetss, if you want an OMT, if you have any reasons to believe that you deserve an OMT for this run, tell me. DM me or tell me right there. If not, you may leave. Alright, perfect. And Fent left. Why did Fent leave? Fence. Oh, Fence is having some PC issues. Alright, yeah. Also, my Muji pronunciation is for some reason from Spanish, because in Spanish the J is actually H. I would say Muji, of course, but my Spanish lessons are taking over. Well, now up next, we have Squeaky Jacket Pants or just Jacket against Airwolf. Jackets against Airwolf. Alright, and dropping this here, and this, dropping this here. Now we are waiting for both the participants and Fent, because Fent's PC was about to implode. Jacket is in. Now waiting for Airwolf and Fent. We will actually not start until Fent joins, because if something goes wrong while I'm recording, for example the ping spikes and Fent doesn't have it, we will retrieve Fent's footage as some backup footage and use it later on. Alright. Fent to join. Let's see. While Fent is not here, I guess you could drift. Sadly, we do not have a cameraman for these events because Pip is probably busy. I could not record it myself because I have to live stream the entire thing and judge. And of course, I would want to. But well, either way, Fence is on her way. I mean, she is here already. And also, I'm getting some interesting free cam bags. And now, Jacket will lead. Airwolf is gonna be the first chaser. All right. As usual, open the door. Usual info. Perfect, the door is open. And start when this message disappears. I have a strong feeling that we are gonna have to re-review this run. The replay is ready, so let's see. Alright. Jacket starting off strong, going offline a lot, Airwolf compensating for her mistake. Transitioning, missing the line a tiny bit with an aggressive transition. Missed the end there a bit. Very close proximity from Airwolf, although a clip during the transition. And a missed checkpoints on the last one. That is approximately -2 points due to the fact that it was a very late entry into the last checkpoints. Now let's see the second run. Since Airwolf is very good as a chaser, Jacket did not perform bad as well, but let's see. Start when this message disappears. Alright. Jacket is behind there. Airwolf starting off strong and early, but missing the line a lot. There is -3 points due to the lone missing of the line. And another line miss there, -2. Jacket is catching up a lot. I didn't see her lose a lot of angle, and Airwolf now sped up. Airwolf had a very slow momentum on the start there, but Jacket wasn't able to still keep up. There, -0.5. And pretty good. What can I say? First run, Airwolf did a very good chase. Jagged did some minor mistakes. Stayed mostly on the line. The main issues were the entrances and exits of the clipping zones. The exits are not a main issue though, because the exits are actually allowed to be cut somewhat. The second run though, Jacket was also close, but Airwolf had some line issues. The main line issue is that it, she didn't go all in. The wheels were a tiny bit off the line, so that was a mistake. Let's review the runs again to see what exactly I mean. Alright, let me set it up properly. Run 1 for this, and run 2 for this. Perfect. Both of those are set up. Now I can open this scene of comparing runs, and let's see it in detail. Both runs are in. The starting point of the first run where Jacket leads is this, and the starting points of the second run is this. Alright, let's see the first run. Jacket is leading. With an initiation, a tiny bit of a lack of an angle, Airwolf is catching up, although both are not on the line, but it is not Airwolf's fault. due to the fact that Jacket is the lead and Airwolf is trying to copy down her moves. So Jacket gets -2 at least for the line. On the exit is fine. Good transition. I don't see a deduction there. Airwolf staying at 1 car distance, and it's proper just due to the fact that either way it would have you would have to have distance or you would clip the other car. So 1 car distance there to allow to rotate. A minor offline for Jacket, like -0.5. Airwolf is going a bit more on the inside at the start of the curve, but goes right back onto perfect lines after. Alright, Jacket gets a bit of an early exit. -0.5, and Airwolf drops a tire on the turn. Yes, that is a drop tire. Right, so Jacket now has an advantage of like 1 to 2 points. And then Airwolf is door to door. Jacket does not slow down, but Jacket gets the clipping point late. Although Airwolf dropped the tire and did some chasing a tiny bit offline, Jacket had some alliance issues, the late transition and the part, so they are pretty even. So let's see the second run, if any of them can get an advantage. Airwolf is in the lead. Jacket is far behind. Airwolf is having a massive line issue. Jacket tries to correct it, but at that pace, if Jacket doesn't catch up to Airwolf, it's gonna be good lines, but quite literally useless. Jacket picks up on some speed, although Airwolf is still getting on the inside, and Jacket is back to the door. Airwolf had a massive issue with lines at the start. That got her like at least 6 to 9 points deducted because it was way off the line for the entire length. What can I say? In the second run, I think that Jacket, although she was lost at the start in the back, she did catch up and stay close to Airwolf in the entirety of the run. Jacket didn't do mistakes like dropping tires as a chase, and Airwolf did mess up at zone when she started. She got herself at least 6 to 9 points difference. And in this case, due to the fact that Airwolf had a bad first corner, I think that the better performance in terms of points was seen from Jacket. Airwolf, if you have any questions or wish to appeal the score, DM me. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay. Second half of the run, he was also, by the way, it's not he, it is she. Way further than me. Your line was perfect. Airwolf, your line was not perfect. Let me switch it back to comparison of the runs. This is the mistake. Let me show you directly. You went the entire length, almost the entire length, like 80% of the zone, you went off the line. So you did not hug the line. While Jacket, of course, she was way, way behind. Yes, she had to cut on the inside. Also, I didn't notice her losing much angle. She had to speed up a lot, but in the end, she caught up to you and came back to being like 0.75 cars ahead, behind you, like 0.25. I don't really know, it's a close distance. The main issue here is this: the being offline for the majority of the turn results in a huge deduction. Oh, second half of the run, my bad. Right, let's see what's about the second half of the run. Jacket, yes, got lost a bit there. One car behind there, and stayed one car behind. So on one hand, we have got a run where we have a leader who does a mistake that costs a lot of points. Oh my days, what is going on? Have I turned on the replay or what? No, I did not turn on the replay. Oh, just lag. What can I say? On the one hand, we have a leader who went major offline, so stayed off the line for quite a long time, for 2 lines actually. On the other hand, we have a chaser who did really good chasing, but had some mistakes. Let's ask Fan, by the way. Fans, what do you think? One is a driver who got lost in the second part in terms of being one car behind, and on another hand, there is a driver who did pretty well but messed up a lot on their lead run. Replay the leads on his first half. Alright, 1 second. I'll refresh the stream. Okay, let's see. 1/2 second half, and let's see the run. Alright, Airwolf asked to see if the lead from Jacket was slow at the start. Yeah, Jacket did start off slow, but that's the respect zone. And she gained a lot of speed after. Also, Jacket did mess up there quite a lot. She corrected her mistake quicker, but first of all, she went slower due to the handbrake. I can see the handbrake directly if you look at the wheels. Yep, the wheels have been stopped. They have been stationary. Although Jacket fixed her mistake quicker, she still went quite a bit offline. Almost for the entirety of the zone as well. The transition a bit farther there, and then right back to the door. Then we have a slow start of the run. Yeah, to be honest, I agree absolutely with Airwolf in terms of that Airwolf is good at chasing, and since Airwolf messed up the lead, Jacket won the lead. Now, then, let's do an OMT, but for one run. Let's see. Fans, do you agree? For OMT. One round. We will have a round where Airwolf is the leader, and Jacket is the chaser. Since they're both of the participants messed up in their own way. Alright, OMT for 1 round. Where Airwolf fleets and Jacket chases. 1 second. Setting up everything. Nah, rock, paper, scissors does not exist in FPD. That would be actually very strange. Either way, start when this disappears. Right, a faster, way faster start for Airwolf. Jacket is way behind. Catching up a lot though, Airwolf slowed down a lot for some reason. Jacket, what is that speed and over two? What was that speed from Airwolf though? It's like, it's lagging. I, what? It's like the Jacket had, I don't know, 120 FPS and the Airwolf had like the 30. It was just insane the speed from Jackets. Airwolf either slowed down just a ton, or it was Jacket who went absolutely ballistic on the speeds. I don't know. I don't really know what happened. Jacket. I really don't know. Technically, it's a DNF, but Airwolf. I think that it was a really, really slow lead from Airwolf for some reason. Yeah, Airwolf slowed down so much that I thought that you were like on max speed. You did overtake. Jacket did overtake massively. But Airwolf, you slowed down insanely much. Why did you slow down so much though? Because I don't see any reason. You went really fast at the start, but then you like hit the brakes in the middle. Alright, I will show the replay. 1 second. Just that it was as sudden stop. Let me see. Uh-huh. I hope I... Oh, yeah. This is this one. I think this one is the overlay. And comparing runs. Okay, I gotta... For now, I will drag this one over here. Alright, this is now full screen, yeah? This is now full screen, indeed. Alright. Let's see now. Since it is one run, I will put this on the entirety of the screen. Alright. So Airwolf starts off very fast, just insanely fast. Wait, my bad. I yeah, I forgot to switch the scene. 1 second. Yes, that was the wrong scene I got there. Let me see. Second window. Let's see. All right. Can we see now? Yes, we can see indeed now. All right. Indeed, a W streamer. Let's see. All right. Airwolf started really fast and then hit the brakes. Like, hit the brakes insanely hard. Or that was Jacket overtaking. Wait. Let me see. I see that Um, Airwolf did indeed slow down a lot on the first turn. Um, I don't actually see major slowing down for Airwolf. I get that at the first turn it was really a major slowdown. Yeah, this was like hitting the handbrakes really much. But the second turn, this seriously looks unreal. Um, yeah, and the remainder of the run it was uh leading by Jacket. Yeah. Hmm. I think here Jacket went way too far. I understand that there is pin correcting and everything like that, but right here, really, as people in the chat noticed, there are no brake lights going off, neither for the handbrake or the brake itself, and Jacket went like full rocket mode, overtook insanely fast. I think in this run, Jacket is actually at fault. Overtaking the leader is DNF. I what can I even say? That was an insanely fast-paced overtake, but too much. Yeah, no brake lights, neither for the handbrake or that. The yes, the only time to overtake. Yeah. All right, I accept Airwolf's request re to appeal for this run. In this case, Jacket sadly gets a DNF, although she pin corrected. Maybe she did it incorrectly. Maybe she did something wrong, but in result, she overtook Airwolf like she was standing, although she didn't break. Sadly, Airwolf is now the person to move on to top 4. The request is approved. You may now leave. Mm, all right. Now, up next. Up next is the top 4. 4 of the best people picked out. A lot of people lost in the fights. WAP lost to Eliser. And now can Taco get revenge or not? We will see. Now we are inviting the participants into the game. Right, Eliser and the free Taco. Alright, let me read Jacket's OMT. So Jacket is saying that Jacket is saying that she didn't see Airwolf breaking because she was speeding. So Jacket's argument is that Airwolf did an insane speed at the start. So Jacket assumed that she was gonna continue with that same insane speed, but Airwolf broke braked in turn one, and since Jacket can't look behind due to pin correction, she is from Asia and she has 300 plus ping. So you have to be incorrect by over 2 or 3 cars, which is basically predictions at the moment. She couldn't see that she overtook her by such a margin. Hmm. Also Asia. Hmm. Let's ask fans about this. Do you think? Do you agree with Jacket's appeal? Let me switch it back to this scene. Let's see. Let's see. Ping is not an issue, says Airwolf. Airwolf didn't break. So, alright, so Airwolf did not break, not break. Jackets should have been corrected properly. As we could see, there was no breaking indeed. Their jackets zoomed by. Hmm. Alright, so there is no breaking from Airwolf. Jackets overtook her and didn't see her due to pin correction, but while pin correcting, you gotta keep in mind the distance to the car you are chasing. So Jacket's argument is that Jacket's argument is that this is an EU server. Muji, Airwolf, and me are Asians. And let's see the continuation. Alright, now both Airwolf and Jacket are typing, so let's see. But according to what I've trained before, it's approximately 1.5 cars ahead to at least be in close proximity to the lead's rear bumper at least. And Airwolf is saying that, yeah, a small collision is fine, but a full overtake is insanity. To be honest, Mm, on one hand, Jack did entirely overtake, like 1.5 cars ahead even overtook Airwolf. On the other hand, Airwolf before that, on turn 1, dropped a ton of speed. And Jacket tried to predict, to continue predicting that she has to go 1.5 to 2 cars ahead, but couldn't see Airwolf due to the change of the momentum. Hmm. Airwolf or Jackets. Thing is that the overtake was 1.5 cars heads. To be honest, I am thinking that this probably. Hmm, it's either an OMT or keeping the score as it is, because Jackets did overtake by a very huge margin, like 1.5 cars is insane. Plus, after her first turn, Airwolf did not break. We saw on the replay that there wasn't a single flash of brakes or hand brakes in zones. Airwolf is also giving an argument that um, both of the participants are Asian. That could be an issue, to be honest. Well, I, to be honest, think that it's best to keep the current choice. Jackets overtook by a very huge margin. That is the issue. The pin correction itself is a major issue, of course, but in this case, Airwolf is how do I say this, in the right. All right, we are staying with our decision. We have reviewed two options. Jackets is out, and now again, Eliser versus Taco. All right, let's see. All right, Airwolf wins. Okay, I sense. All right, both Taco and Eliser are in the server. And let's see. Taco will lead. Our first battle of the top 4 of the tournament. Eliser versus Taco. Will Taco be able to get revenge? Or will Eliser beat both Wap and Taco? The veterans, I'd say, of this game. Let's see. Both of them are in place. Okay, Jacket is saying OMT. Okay, Jacket is calling for an OMT again. Alright, we will see. Now for the runs. Again, the usual break of text. And start when this message disappears. Alright, that is way too close for comfort. The car is inside the other of lines for Taco there. Good proximity, but way too close. I get that it's like clipping the car. Alright, that is better. Way too close on the transition though. Alright, that was really good transition for Eliser. Eliser? Eliser? I really don't know. But Taco did a good job on the lead as well. The issue was that he went a bit offline though. I didn't see any major bubbles. either way, fan swap cars. Yep. And start when this message disappears. Let's see the second run. Alright, Eliser is starting off strong, but Bobble in the start. Taco is very close though, keeping on insanely close. Oh, there was a major slowdown from Eliser. That was not Taco's fault for crashing. Okay, that is ping. And keeping an overall stable, very stable chase throughout the entirety of the run. That was a huge slowdown as far as I could see, like from zone 1 to 2 or 2 to 3. And in results, that was a small collision. Big tire drop. What zone? I probably focused too much on the ends. Alright. Thank you, Milisor, for telling. Alright, so one run. We have good chase with some issues in the leads. You know what? Let's just directly compare it. Right, comparing runs. I will set it up properly. 1 second. I need to do this. The left of the screen. One is this. Alright, this is set up. And another is this. Why is it not telling me? Finally, yes. Alright, now I can do comparing runs. For whatever reason. Why is it the same though? Yes, now it's perfect. Alright. The left run. Let's see. The replay. I did change it, right? I did change it. Slow start in the respect zone. Clipping at the start did not let Taco enough. Taco went offline plus a bubble, and then Eliser was on the door. Too close though. Too close. It is, of course, door to door. Also, my major bubble for the chaser. Taco did slow down a bit there, but the chase was too close for comfort. To be honest. And now for the tacos run. Alright, let's see tacos run. Tacos chase in terms. Taco instantly went full close. Minor collision. That was a very bad though. That was a major overtake. But the huge but is the fact that Eliser did slow down a lot there. If let me see if that was slowing down. As far as I could see, I could see the brakes. The transition itself, due to the angle, I can see that there is a lot of momentum there. And I can notice, I don't know if it's just my mind, but I see a speed drop there. So I think the collision on Taco's side was due to Eliser slowing down on the rotation. Other than that, small lag. I will not count any collisions there because it's just lag. And good overall on the last parts, except Hilly Sawyer said there was a tire drop. It was not huge. Definitely not huge. It was there. -5, yeah, but it was not huge. Alright, so we have got. Yeah, it's actually a really small tire drop. We have got one run in which is on touch and go. All right, let's see. Touch and go. Oh, wait. Then if this is a tire drop too, then this is like two tire drops then. It's like tiny, but it is outside. All right. So Eliser had a good chase, but it was very, very, very close. Almost too close. Because it didn't quite get the distance right. Like the clipping is the main issue here, especially at the start. That was a full-on clip. Of course, it's just starting, but yeah, start clipping the hood too. Then chasing, and the distance was somewhat off. Also, the angle in the chasing is not absolutely parallel. If you look on the right side, you can see Taco's chasing, for example. I will show a few frames. The angle difference is minor. On the left, the angle difference can be noticed. And here, Ilu corrected himself back. Right, let's see Taco's lead run. Okay, that was a good grab. Good transition. 0.5 for minor offline and good transition. Alright, so Taco had a really good lead run. Eliser had a bit of an issue on the chase run. And in the lead run, Eliser had dropped the tire 2 times, resulting in -10, which is crucial. And Taco did not let him slide. In this case, due to the fact that Eliser lost 10 points on the leading run due to the double tire downs, double tire drops, and Eliser went a bit too close to the sun on the chasing run. That means that Taco is the person who gets to move on to top 2. You may now leave. If you have yeah, Eliser is insanely good for this game. At this game. What can I say? If you have an appeal request for this run, please mention me. At this point, Jacket requested another OMT because the runs were really similar with different mistakes, averaging out to not the same mistakes, but the ping correction. Let's ask fans about the OMT. Think that Jacket and Airwolf should do an OMT. I think they should, because if they get a proper score, yeah, 2 runs, just because the first runs had a massive issue on. I don't really know, because Airwolf did win, because Jacket overtook too much, but Jacket is insisting on an OMT. Yeah, let's do that, chat. Let's decide OMT for Jacket and Airwolf or not. Oh, a poll. I am really dumb. Let's do that via poll, really. I forgot that exists. Alright, I started the poll, so you may vote. You, I guess, press like the button for voting. I don't really know. Right, the poll votes are currently flowing in. 12 votes, 25 for yes, 75% for no. Let's see. If there are no more votes coming in, it's now 77, 14, 79. $1,500. 62.5 days playing straight. Oh my days. And also 16 out of 20 votes for not doing an OMT. So since 70% of people voted for not doing an OMT for Jacket and Airwolf runs, the board remains the same. All right. I am ending the poll. 17 votes. 16 votes, my bad. Out of 18 viewers, which is really good. Then that's people are at least being active. All right. Now we are moving to the last run in the top 4 for today. I will now hide the full bracket because we will not need any of this anymore. We are compressing this top 8. There are 2 runs left. Muji or Muji, I don't really know how to read it. Airwolf and Taco. Right now, Muji or Muji and Airwolf are going against each other, and they joined themselves. That's nice. That saved me a lot of headache. That is game streaming. Also, I should turn that text off that I will begin voicing over at the end of the training session. And yeah, 1 second. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, Muji. I will call you Muji indeed. The letter J doesn't exist. Alright, I. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, nah, nah. That's Muji. Alright, I will do Muji. Wait, don't take it out of context. G, indeed. Right. Muji is or lead, my bad. Mm, I didn't know I could mess up a nickname like that. Alright, Muji is AFK, and she is back. Alright, let's see. Everything is ready. Let me drop the usual blob of text and the usual start when this message disappears. Let's see. Last battle of the top 4. The candidate starting off close, pretty much parallel. Muji slowing down a bit, going major offline there. Airwolf catching up. I saw a tire drop as far as I could see. Airwolf being a tiny bit back. Very close, not too close for comfort. Muji went a bit off the line and slowed down there. Alright, Airwolf did a very close run. Muji did some real mistakes in the run, so let's see what Muji executes as a chaser. As usual, start when this message disappears. The going offline and corrections are the main issue for Muji. If Airwolf manages to pull out a run, okay, that's minus 0.5. Muji is close, but closer and way too inside, plus way too close. They're clipping the car. Slow rotation, a bit of a slowdown. Airwolf is really stable with no corrections, slowing down a lot there though. Muji managed to compensate. Muji catching back up and staying door to door. Both red cars, but Airwolf dropped a tire. That could be a deciding factor because before Muji had an issue with the zones, and right now the points could be evened out because Airwolf dropped the tire. Right, now let's see. Transferring the Airwolf dropped. Let's see. Let me set up. Both of them dropped. Let's see the recording of them. I will set it up 1 second. I will do this, and I will do that. Right, we will review the second recording first then, because people are telling me that both of them actually dropped. Alright, the recordings are in. Let's see now. For whatever reason, oh yeah, it loaded. People are telling that Muji dropped the tire there as well. So a close chase. And a definite tire drop from Muji. Okay, okay. So, right now, Airwolf has gotten an advantage. Due to the fact that both of them lost the points, although Airwolf did drop the tire, like, let me rewind it down a bit. Airwolf did a minor tire drop, but my bad, Muji followed in like with full force. So an entire tire drop. Now let's see the points, since both of them lost 5 at that tire drop. Alright, so Bobble -2, Airwolf close, pretty close. Let me see. Bobble, yeah, Airwolf was close, but got a bit farther, which is good. -2 points here because Muji went a bit far. Was this offline? I mean, one wheel offline. This was slowing down. I don't think this was one wheel offline though. Airwolf did a very aggressive transition right into the door. Closing in. This was bad. That was actually not a good chase. Because Airwolf, although she copied the angle, she went way too fast. She like almost teleported into her. I don't know what to say. Muji did a mistake there as well and gets minus 1.5 points off because she did stay near the edge, but she didn't ride the edge. That means that she doesn't get the full points for lines. Now the deciding factor is the Airwolf's score on the leading run. One sec. Alright, so that's Muji is actually a man. Okay. Minus uh, 0.5 to -1. Here, I think minus 0.5 here. A bit of the line. Stable on the line though. Here, minus 0.5 again because went off the line but went right back on it again. The huge mistake Muji makes though is the insane shortcuts. It is a very bad example, although it was good proximity, but it was very bad in terms of shortcutting. It went on the inside, plus later clipping, so mismatching angles. Then a transition, Airwolf had good lines. There are no issues there. Minor bobble for Airwolf there, like minus 0.5. Muji went in aggressive door to door as well. No issues with proximity to the touch and go. Muji did a really good last part though. Like the door to door part is good. But here is the issue with both the runs. In result, Muji had some issues with his leading run. He did an insanely important mistake at the start of his chasing run. Airwolf managed to pull out a good leading run with a few mistakes, but not that many. And Muji managed to chase, but at this point, with the mistakes that have been done, I think that this is I saw that Muji ends. Mm, I am indeed thinking because on one hand, Airwolf got a good score. On the other hand, Airwolf mentioned that they want to do an OMT with Muji. Airwolf and Muji, do you both agree for an OMT? I will ask Fent as well. OMT, Airwolf, do you want an OMT? Airwolf is saying that this is not an OMT because the line was better in both an elite and chase. The thing is, I actually agree. I can explain again. Muji has had a few major problems. First problem, Muji had some offline issues. In terms of the fact that bobbling, slowing down, going offline there, and slowing down there again, but Airwolf was able to damp that. And a group tire drop on the last turn. Plus, Muji didn't go. Oh, it was on the second run. Muji didn't go all the way into the last zone. In this case, Airwolf was staying on the door the entire time. Of course, let me scroll a bit. It was sometimes too close, but I think that it can be told off as ping because she didn't clip more than like 1/10 of a car at a time, so it was probably roblox ping like this. It was a minor clip, but it in reality it's just like a tap. There, of course, that was an issue for Airwolf, but still that doesn't really take off a lot. On Muji's run though, his main issue with his run is the turn one chasing, of course. Getting far behind there, Airwolf started a normal run, turn. Got, of course, a bit of points deducted for line, like 2 points because went offline. But Muji went on the inner side of the turn, being parallel, but at the same time, he was supposed to be on the outer side, mimicking the leader's moves, not trying to be as close to them. Plus, in this scenario, due to that, it resulted in a collision due to the differences of the angles. Muji started catching up there. Airwolf did not do any major mistakes there. So, no mistakes on taking the touch and go. Minor mistake on the outer zone. And here both dropped a tire. Muji did a full tire drop though, but both get the points deducted. So, in this case, I think that Airwolf denied no OMT. Muji wants an OMT. Let's ask Fence. Fence, do you think this is OMT? Personally, I think that Airwolf did win, just due to the fact that indeed she did have better lines, so less deductions for the leading run, and less mistakes for the chase run. Although minor clipping, it can be deducted as just how do you say this, internet issues. I will post a poll. Fent is saying not to OMT. I am saying not to OMT, and the Airwolf is saying not OMT. Muji is saying OMT. And let's see what the chat is saying. Right, alright. Uh-huh. Let me... I will phrase it like this. Did... Wait, poll for the OMT or for the win? To be honest, to be really honest, I think that this is an Airwolf win. I have explained my arguments already that Airwolf did a better lead and run. Airwolf had a better chase and run with better overall proximity in terms of not making mistakes as Muji did. And Muji did a mistake that's basically offline and bubbles. Okay. I will post a poll for the win right now. I really don't know. I think I have explained my arguments good enough. You know what, chat, please answer the question. Why do you think that Muji won? What are the mistakes that Airwolf did, or what are the advantages that Muji did? I think that's, yeah, right now the chat is getting really biased, not gonna lie, as interesting as it may sound. Please prove your point right now. Why do you think that Airwolf should not get a win? Okay, cooler. uh, okay, any other arguments? Both dropped a tire at the end. Yes, Muji didn't drop any more tires though. Airwolf is not our bookie. That is not an argument either. Guys, may I please win the 8k robux because I am very cool? I don't think this is an OMT either. Basically, Fent denied an OMT. I deny an OMT. And Airwolf denies an OMT. And there is chat that is saying that Muji is cool. And there is Muji that's saying that it should be OMT. 2 against 3. So, in this case, even though the chat is saying that Muji is cool and all of that, I think that it is the certain win for Airwolf. If you have any further arguments, please, besides that he is cool or whatever, please provide the argument that he is cool or stuff like that shouldn't really be an argument, to be real. So, sorry, Muji, and that it was I saying Muji this entire time, but argumented Airwolf wins. Oh my days. Okay. And now for the final round. Almost the final round. I will probably this is the finals, but there will be a third place match hosted due to the fact that we will be giving out the third place some robux as well. So the people who ended up in the semifinals, one of those people will be able to get the third place. All right, now for the run. Airwolf, please stay. Muji, sorry, but you have to leave. And now we are inviting the last person for today's competition, and that is Taco. The last showdown. This run will be very thoroughly dissected. When I mean thoroughly dissected, I will pull up this document and I will judge manually each mistake that happens for both leaders, and then I will judge the chasers. Now let's see. Alright, 1 second, setting up. Alright, now let's see. Taco is trying to kill fans for whatever reason. He's getting revenge. And now I will actually flip a coin. Because we have two insane people who made it to the finals. And we will flip a coin on who is the lead. Tails is Airwolf, heads is Taco. Tails. Airwolf is the lead. And no, Wooly, you messed up. Taco, Taco is not the first lead. Alright. Airwolf lead. Taco, cheese. Alright. Two robots are here. Two people on crack. Alright. This will be thoroughly dissected, just as I did for the qualification runs. And let's see. Just as usual, the blob of text, the message. Good luck. Okay. Good initiation from Airwolf. Taco is catching up though. A bit lacking on the lines. Airwolf minus 0.5 on the lines. Good transitions from both participants. Transition into the next zone. Taco is a bit farther actually. Airwolf, and now Taco is directly on the door. Airwolf does a transition, and that is the end of the first run. Alright, now swapping positions. Taco could go closer though, so I think that Airwolf will do her best to beat it. Start when this message disappears. That was an absolutely synchronous start. Side to side, and Airwolf is immediately at the door, like in a tiny bit of angle, actually, not... That was way too in for Airwolf, probably dropped tire there. Airwolf is very close. somewhat clipping. Taco slowed down. I will review it in the dissection. Taco lost a lot of angle, and in result, Airwolf clipped. Taco did a bad mistake on the last zone. He lost a lot of angle. Okay. Now, I am gonna dissect the runs very thoroughly. Expect it to last at least like 15 minutes. Yes, the last zone I saw that it was a huge angle drop. Okay, now for the dissection. I will remove the extra stuff and we will start. Run 1, where Airwolf is the red car, yes? Airwolf, the red car, just to make sure. Alright, perfect. Then let's see. Switch into the judging. Hopefully people don't join via this very open private server link. And let's see. The points system is as usual. It will be done the same way as in the qualifications. And now let's see. Airwolf lead. Run 1. I will judge strictly the leading runs. The chasing runs will be done by proximity, and the proximities will be compared. Now for the lead run. Starting points 100 total. And as usual, run by Airwolf. And let's see. Result I will copy down. And now we do the review. Alright. Started here. Alrighty. Okay, good entrance. No missed space there. That was... Let's see if that was a bubble. I don't think that is. Alright. Let's see. Here is a bit of a missed line. I think I'll get that is off line minus 0.5 points line. That was really minor, but the entrances to the zones are really important. The exits are not as important though. Okay, let's see. I don't think that was bad. Here though, Airwolf went a bit... Okay, that is a bubble plus a minor offline. Again, minus of points line. Here, because Airwolf went like this. She missed the small section of the track. And this is a bubble. Since it's like, if you look at it, small correction mid-drop. Minus 1 points angle. Right. Good transition. Here, there was actually a big miss on the line. I think that's even offline. Minus 1 points line. There, actually, I'll take more. Because you were offline the entire time. I think that's like 2.5. 2 even. Because you entered the corner of the line and you continue through the corner until the very end of the line. And right here, very minor, but still 0.5. right here. And that is the end of the run. So in the result, line 30 minus 0.5 minus 0.5 minus 2 minus 0.5. That comes around to 26.5. Angle minus 1, which is 29. Style, no issues. Full commitment, full fluidity. In the result, 26.5 plus 29 plus 40 is 95.5 total. In the result, the first run is a 95.5 point run. Alright, now dissection of Taco's run 1. Taco leads run 1. Copying this. Taco. Copying the results for later. And let's see. Now they run by Taco. 1 second. And this. Perfect. Okay, this is the starts and whatnot. Okay. So a good start. In parallel. Okay, here. Good intro. I won't count that as offline. Here was actually offline. Minus 0.5 line. I will copy it down there because you went off from the line a bit. You gotta stick to that white line. Here, this was actually good. Actually, Airwolf did drop a tire there in the chase run, so that will do her some harm. I will write it down. Airwolf minus 5 chase tire drop. Okay, let's see here. No major issues. Good entrance to here. I think I see a minor bubble there. Yes, that is definitely a bubble. Bubble, it was Stein though, so minus 0.5. Let's see even. So he let off the steering and then he started steering again. Points, angle. Transition. Very close to the line there, no issues with that. Here, a bit of a late transition actually. And 0.5 definitely goes off there because went off the line. Oh, that is the main issue. So he both did offline. So that is definitely like minus 2 points at least. That's even minus 3 points. 2.5 because right here he was kind of far from the edge while Airwolf was right in the edge. And also a bubble. Was this a bubble or just a lack of angle? Yes, there was definitely a lack of angle. In this case, it is either lack of angle, inaccurate rotation, or straightening. That is not straightening. He did not quite straighten, but I definitely think that this is a lack of angle. Lack of angle. How much angle did he lose? I think that was like pretty major actually, because he oversteered. There was an inaccurate rotation. Minus 1 points angle. And then he went into an under steer, like this. Another like angle. And here that was offline. I think that's like he got into the angle way too late. So that's -1. So let's count. Minus 0.5, minus 0.5, minus 2.5, minus 1 comes out to 25.5. 30 minus 1 minus 1 minus 2 comes out to 26. 25.5 plus 26 plus 40 is a 91.5 total score run. Yes, tire is off. Airwolf, you really didn't know tire off in the run. Let me bring it up. I will show you the precise moment. Like, okay, that's the starts. Okay. Let's see. So somewhere in the middle of the run. Or it was the second. Which I remember I definitely saw it somewhere. I was really confident that saw it. Let me see. I don't see anything here. That is not a tire drop. Okay, probably it's in the second run. Let me check. Yeah, that is definitely in the second run. This Airwolf. This cannot be explained elsewise as a tire drop. Airwolf, this is definitely a tire drop. Not the last corner. I didn't deduct the last corner. I meant this one. In the last corner, you don't have any issues. Chat wants to check last clipping point. In this clip. Last clipping points. Let's slow it down a lot then. Right, I will do like this. Why is it so fast though? 0.33, like this, for example. I do not think that was actually off the line. I think that was really close, but first of all, my camera got rotated. And secondly, I don't think it would actually... Yeah, let's check fence POV. I'm a VC fence right now. I will... One second. I have to call fence first though. We will see the last replay. Just gotta wait for fence to alive again. And sorry for taking too long. I just wanna make sure that it is indeed accurate, because second place and first place prices really differ. Plus, it gotta be accurate in the first place. Screen share. Alright. Alright. Fans will show me the replay and I will extract the screenshots. So we see it's like on the barely on the edge. Okay. Basically, it was, how do I even say this? It was a really tiny bits outside. It was like a few pixels. I will link a screenshots in a second. Fan is just trying to figure out the perfect frame. Mm, 1 second. Basically, what can I say? Fent, can you drop it onto Google Drive and send me the link, please? I will do it like this. Right now, yeah, Fent will be sending me the recording, the 300 megabyte recording, and we will review the rest of the thing meanwhile. So I will do it like this. Temporarily, I will do this so we can compare the runs. Perfect. And now we look at this. For whatever reason, it really doesn't want to show up. Perfect. Right, that is on the left side. That is on the right side. Alright. So now let's see the comparison of the chase. So here Taco is catching up. He originally wasn't very close. He did a transition. He has a lot of bobbles. He tries his best to keep parallel. A huge distance though, like 1 to 2 cars. And yeah, so he had an average distance of a few cars. And in this run, let me see. Why doesn't it want to load? My PC is trying to give up. Why doesn't it want to load? Oh, finally. Oh, because I set the playback on 0 points. The chasing run, Airwolf immediately went for a very close chase. A tiny bit of clipping, but minor clipping is better. Oh, this was this fanciful? I think this was partially Taco's fault due to slowing down, and partially Airwolf's fault due to not slowing down enough to compensate for it. She did go out though, and after she continued a good chase, and there Taco messed up. So in result, as you can see directly by the dissections of the runs, Airwolf got a 95.5. Taco got a 91.5. Taco was an average of 0.5 to 2 cars behind, while Airwolf maintained an average of 1 to 0.25 cars behind. So she stayed really, really close. Taco messed up at the end. He did a major mistake. And now I'm gonna receive the footage for from the run of Airwolf from fans, so we can see if she did drop the tire or not. But I am pretty confident that either way, Airwolf is gonna secure a win. Alright, the video is in. I will download it in a second. Downloads anyway. Alright, so that is the last check before the end. And also the third place. Alright. It has downloaded the recording. 1 second. And now I will toggle it on for this. Now, this is the run that fan sent me. And we turn the playback to as little as possible. 0.33x. This is the footage from the chase. This is how much Airwolf dropped her tire. This is how much. I do not count this as a tire drop. Hate the fact that this is lagging though. I have no idea why. So this. I don't think that was touching grass. And yeah, I agree to Airwolf. The mistake was associated with this previously. Because the straighten caused a massive issue for Airwolf to keep up. She expected Taco to have a different line, but in result, because he went thin, he went way above his normal speed, so Airwolf had to make an emergency transition of sorts. And, well, follow him in that way. Okay, now let's see. My decision is that this is definitely Airwolf's win. Fans, let's hear fans' decision. Airwolf, Taco, or OMT? Okay, fan thinks that's OMT. That would take really long though. Okay. Airwolf tire drop. Yeah, that is right. So, okay. Then, if we add, thank you, Bowman, for mentioning that. If we don't forget to add the 5 for the chase tire drop, if we, for example, deduct it even from the lead, which is really strange, but it would end up as a 90.5, the difference is 1.5 points, and I think Airwolf still does a better chase than Taco does, just due to the overall proximity. Because Airwolf was way closer in her runs, I can re-show her runs if I need to prove it yet again. And her proximity saved the day, even if she gets deducted 5 points for dropping the tire in the chase run. Fent is saying an OMT. She was clipping a ton. Okay. Clipping ton. Let's see how much again. So there is no issue with that. Speeds normal. Also, I will temporarily switch for a second to my recordings because we saw Fence POV, so Airwolf didn't drop a tire, and now we can just switch back to the normal POVs and comparing runs. Yep. Alright, let's see both of them. Clipping. Okay, that is lit. We don't care about the lead and the chase. Okay. Okay, so first clipping is due to the angle difference. In this case, the angle of the chaser is less than the leader, and in the result, the headlight clipped, and then it went out. The transition clip, well, that is actually a mistake, to be honest, because you really gotta let chasers have space while transitioning. Plus, getting way too far in. Close here. I won't count this as a clipping because this can be mainly explained by roblox lags, like this, for example. You could see the instability. Of course, the angle was not perfectly matching, but it was somewhat good. Oh, and I forgot to switch my scenes. Or I didn't. Wait, what? Mm, if they were minor. -5 for Airwolf has already been done. I subtracted the score. I said that it was gonna be 90.5 versus 91.5. Here. 90.5 total. Oh yeah, I think you thought that I didn't because I forgot to add this line. 90.5 total. It was 95.5 total before. So 1 point off. But the main issue in Airwolf chase is, as you mentioned, clipping. And the main issue in Taco's chase is the fact that he was 2 to 3 cars behind. Okay, but DMs. Onto your final transition. Okay, Airwolf is saying as an argument to her final transition in the chase run, due to the near straighten of Taco, she had to slow down to and minimize the angle to compensate for the mistake, and that's why she almost straightens. Mm-hmm. To be really honest, Even though fans thinks that this should be an OMT, I think that this is really a clear win for Airwolf, just due to the fact that she was closer, and I cannot speak. She was closer to the lead. She didn't do as many mistakes. Yes, she did drop a tire in her chase, but overall her proximity saved the day. Although she um, is down by 1 point precisely on the leading runs, Airwolf wins. And yeah, it's repetitive because I have to argue with chat. Either way, I will submit the score. I don't think that we should drag it out anymore. There is exactly one more round left, and that is the round for the third place. Wait, how do I do third place down? I'll probably ask. Hmm. To be honest, I have explained, you even said that I was going in circles multiple times. Why Airwolf had a better run. Seriously, I did a dissection publicly in front of you. Right now, I am telling that whatever you may think, I judged without any bias. I dissected the runs literally in front of you, frame by frame, even pulled out an extra recording from fans. So, there physically is nowhere. Wab, I already added the -5 to the score. It is already 90.5. Alright. I don't know why do you think that Taco won, even despite the fact that I did the full dissection and explained my choice and did it publicly and explained it multiple times to the point that people said that I am repeating myself. But now we are hosting the third place match. It will not be directly in the brackets, it will be somewhat like paced over, but it's gonna be Eliser versus Muji. Wooly, higher score in the leading run. There is no scoring in the chasing run. In the chasing run, there is proximity. And what messed up with proximity? You cannot say that a person that is door to door is worse than a person who did 1 point better on the leading run, but goes like 1 to 2 cars behind the original person. I am abiding by the system for the qualification rounds. The chasing rounds are not leading. The chasing runs are replicating the leading runs. And Airwolf did replicate. Taco did, but with a huge distance. And that's why, whatever you may call me, I do not care. Seriously. There is nothing else I can prove. I proved you multiple times. If you call me biased, that's you. Now, for the Eliser and Muji run. That is the decision for the third place. Alright. Now, for that. May you hate me or not, I don't care. I'm making a decision that is directly judged by the runs, not the community thinking. Hate me or not. And versus Eliser. Okay. That is that. May now leave. Do you have any other arguments besides the fact that she was clipping the other car? Oh my god. Being biased while reviewing it in the open with a points system. Reviewing the distance between the cars. And saying that waiting for Muji. Oh, Muji is already joins. Alright. Eliser versus Muji. The decision is final. I will not change it. Eliser versus Muji. The battle for the third place. Let Muji be the leader. Start when this message disappears. What is going on with the speed? One tire drop. Clip. offline there. And another clip. Let's see, alright, no switching places. Start when this message disappears. Okay. Now, let's see the scores. Alright, now I need the 2 recordings. I will actually do the 3rd place, and then I will see, try at least to think and accept the arguments that people are telling that Taco won. I really want to see the arguments because I explained my point of view in full detail, as full as I possibly could, to say the least. And people are saying that I am biased. Let's see, alright. So 2 runs side by side. Like this. Scroll. Alright. So Muji is a lead. Okay, there's 0.5 off. I cannot. That is actually not 0.5 off. That is a major offline. Plus, what happened with the speed? Was this a lag or was this just a dead stop? Something very weird. Two of the same video? Oh, yeah. Yep. Alright. Thanks for noticing. Alright. So, first of all, that is offline plus a bubble plus whatever happened with the speed. I really don't know what happens. It's like a huge loss of speed. Offline there. One wheel of the track there. Good clipping points. Okay. A tiny bit of line there, but since this is the end of the turn, minus 0.5 at the end. Alright, the second run. Okay, so that is first of all a timid approach because it was a lack of angle and later a bobble. Good transition, small correction plus minus 0.5 offline. Minor offline here, major bobble like minus 2.5, minus 3 here. Offline there like minus 1, I think, since. Yeah, a low angle. And the last zone, a minor bobble minus 1, and Smith here as well minus 1. Alright, so I think that the scores here are actually very similar. I'm giving right now an approximate value, but I think it's like 86, 89-ish for both runs. Gotta look in detail and remember, but it is ranging from that value. Let's review the chase then for both of the runs. Okay, clip in there. Yeah, lack of angle. There was a lot of clipping. One wheel off. Yeah, that is bad. Lack of angle again. And a major clip there, plus a straighten. Alright. So the chase was close, but the chaser had mediocre proximity due to the fact that she did not match the angle of the leader. Right, run 2. Muji is the chaser. Okay, so as far as I can see, Muji is doing well at copying the leader's angles. So like here, he adjusted each time Eliser did. Here went on the inside, which is very bad. Oh my god, what happened to the recording? Here good as well, a minor clip. Adjust the angle as well. Here Eliser's fault for going to white. And here medium proximity, it's like more on the inside. It's like the middle of the turn and almost the perfect angle. Alright, so on one run there is a lot of clipping, proximity chasing though, so close chasing. But the leading run had some issues, and on the second run there is way less clipping, but the leading run had issues in terms of dropping tires, and both runs have got approximately the same score. So, what can I say? I'm gonna turn to fence because I don't really know. I am trying to figure out who did better in this case because Ilu was too close and had some issues. But Muji did slow down a lot. I really don't know what's to pick as the third place because Fence is away. Um, Ilu was close, but he got issues with copying the angle, and but well, Muji did mess up a lot. I think lead run Muji did worse. Maybe. Chase. Chase run Muji did a bit. Muji did well, actually. Didn't clip, that's very important. Um, Eliser did clip. Um, and he got issues with the angle. I really don't know. Plus, I'm so tired at this point that I could consider an OMT, but seriously, if at this point, if both Airwolf and whoever she was up against agrees, maybe, I guess. I'm just tired of this. Just that I'll have to do another dissection. Alright. Third place, I think it's Eliser. And just due to the fact that's. But wait, Eliser got a worse chase. But Muji got a worse lead. This point, I Hmm. Basically, yeah, I am not gonna be biased. Although, fun facts, even though the community is widely calling me biased, right now it is trying to get me into being biased. I get that the players are insanely skilled and whatnot, but seriously, I gave my point of view, I gave the explanation multiple times. I pulled out multiple POVs to prove everything. I subtracted all the points. I reviewed each one for 20 minutes total, to the point that people started telling that it is taking too long. So, no, I am not gonna change my opinion. Even if you think that it is wrong, you may review the runs and see for yourself. I gave my reasons. The fact that Airwolf clipped into his car doesn't mean that Taco automatically was better by staying 1 to 2 cars behind. In the end, third place, Eliser. Second place, Taco. First place, Airwolf. That is it. So, yeah, that is about it for today. See ya.